1 minute remaining. I'll lead with US existing home sales. Four spot 1 4 million, 4 spot 1 4 million, that's lower than forecast, 4 spot 2 3 million. The change of -1 spot 9%, -1 spot 9%, lower than forecast, 0 spot 8%. So looking at the prior revisions here, the existing home sales prior was revised up to 4 spot 22 million from 4 spot 19
What?
million. The change revised up
Daddy's
to
gold
minus
clipper.
3 spot 7% with that.
Ellie, love you. You can't have it. I'm sorry. It's not for you.
We have posted out the US existing home sales April report on the feed for anybody interested.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 62 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 76 out of 100 equaling extreme greed. And looking at the VIX, currently up 0.34% at 11.89. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 2.508 million, with a range of 1 million to minus 3.084 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 1.376 million on the prior draw of 0.235 million. Distiller inventories forecast a build of 0.3 million on the prior draw of 0.045 million. And crude Cushing inventories, prior a draw of 0.341 million. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a draw of 2 million on the prior draw of 2.508 million, with a range of 1 million to minus 3.084 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 1.376 million on the prior draw of 0.235 million. Distillate inventories forecast a build of 0.3 million on the prior draw of 0.045 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.341 million. One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories. Ten seconds. build 1 spot 825 million, build 1 spot 825 million. That's higher than the expected draw of 2 spot 508 million. Gasoline inventories, draw 0 spot 945 million, draw 0 spot 945 million, higher than the expected draw of 1 spot 376 million. Distiller inventories, build 0 spot 379 million, build 0 spot 379 million, higher than the expected build of 0 spot 3 million. Crude Cushing inventories, 1 spot 325 million, build 1 spot 325 million. Seeing some upside in WTI crude oil after that. WTI pairs losses still down 0.27%.
Sorry, I'm not talking, guys. Throat's a bit sore this morning. Just kind of waiting for meds to do their thing. Typing in chat though, and our levels are pretty clean, so I don't know if there's a ton to really say. Regardless. Just looking to see if NQ can flag above this overnight high. Looking to see if the Russell can hold this 101 to 101.5. Another rejection at our yesterday value low on RTY, but ES and NQ attempting to hold the high of our ranges. If buy side's serious, I think we hold um, I want to see buy side here. I need to get bought into the it's like 33 is where we want to see the bid step into. Just want to basically see this. Again, it's the Russell's falling. It's going to be really hard for the market to really break out. All that matters is can we build above our overnight high? So really just keeping an eye on this these buyers up here where but I don't not a lot to say today. In my mind, this is kind of like your last chance for the Russell to find a low here. Or we do the full rotation. I wrote, just if you scroll up just a little bit, said RTY retesting yesterday, value area high, value area low as resistance. This has marked the high so far today every time. Would love to see us be able to reclaim yesterday value RTY and break out, but do not expect it. And let me just show that. Like, understanding that this is like when the Russell has a look like this, where we kind of base and we retest that base, but we can't make a new high. I just kind of expect us to continue doing this rotation from this kind of open in the morning. There's just not a lot here, and to expect anything other than balance, it's kind of a fool's errand until we see a very clear test outside of it. And so as soon as we see setup like this where we're maintaining yesterday's value low as resistance and we're failing to breach back inside of that balance, it's just sell side acceptance above, right? There's just nothing to look for, like more for excess, until we can reclaim, and then we can look up. But until we do see that look above and that ability to hold, like, you have to just treat that as our edge, our selling edge. There's very clearly a buyer down here. And so we can kind of use that as our rotational edge, where like buy side either continues to show interest down into our value low, or we wait until our ETH low becomes resistance, and then we can look for downside. But if we continue to just see the same, we should expect the same. There's nothing really more to say on that. We should expect buy side to be willing to participate down here into this low edge. We should expect sell side to be here into this high edge. We watch to see if there's any relationship with U and ES as the Russell is doing these rotations for ideal entries to let us know if our risk is good or not. But like when POC is down here and our value is down here, there's quite supportive level. And when we look below it, it'll be quite the offer. Right? There's a lot of volume being exchanged. So like the ideal situation is going to be the Russell finding this low in here with NQ being able to flag and hold our overnight high at the same time. Because that gives us room. That gives us room for tech to have the ability to kind of keep pushing without the strain from the Russell falling anymore, which allows the overall market to push up a bit. That's kind of the goal here for any sort of potential breakout. I'd say that's what we're kind of looking for. And that you want to see that happen with this ES flag being able to hold where our previous sellers were, build here, and then go for that push. If we fail to hold value high, right, like we'll just do the rotation again. So really dependent on how our RTY reacts here into this low, and if we can build at the highs of where our sellers were, and this now becomes supportive, right? If that's the question. Do I recommend that you trade anything other than our edges when price looks like this? No. That's why I give you your edges. But like, if you are in runners, right, like we know what to look for. And you can take initial entries if the Russell is into an edge, and you can play off of that. But like, if we don't see what we want, I'd be a bit wary to really put size on at our highs when we're not expecting expansion.
Fitch Ratings says the global services inflation is to remain sticky, slowing the pace of rate cuts.
Like I can't even run a 1 minute chart. Looks so bad. I just wanted to. I said this yesterday, but I think it's interesting. Shit, out of my way. God, I hate this platform. Everything noodle cup noodle bagel with cream cheese. That's never been tried. Your chives probably be really good with some like chives in there. Where did you even find that? Can't say like more than 10 words before wanting to cough. What is this? I don't feel like sick. I just have like a really dry. I don't know how to word it. Just woke up and felt like someone punched me in the throat. Like when I breathe, it just feels like extra dry. Maybe I'm dying, you know? Maybe this is it. Yeah, maybe it's just a humidifier. Yeah, that's all I need. Bring the one from the living room into my room. Yeah, surely. I took one too many hits from the vape yesterday. That's really what did it. There's no way those are gonna be bad. Like onion, poppy seeds, sesame seeds, garlic, creamy flavor, noodles. Hi. Shut up. Jesus Christ. What is this? I literally cannot say anything to you people without you becoming my doctor. I'm gonna mute my mic again. Sorry I said anything. Fuck's sake. This is price action if I've ever seen it. I wonder if we make a new record low today on SPY. Yeah. Yesterday's volume was about the same as a half day on Thanksgiving. Just to give you a perspective, yesterday's volume on SPY. It's not necessarily a bearish thing, but it makes my job a living hell. That's about it. Because what am I supposed to say? Like, what do you do with this? We're trading in a 5-point range on NQ right now.
I mean, is the market just waiting on the minutes? I feel like the minutes
I
aren't
don't know.
all that big. We kind of know how the Fed stands with them talking like every day for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
All I know is it sucks. Ugh. That's my doctor. There was one person I was gonna take medical advice from, it'd be you, and you refused to give me medical advice. Like the actual doctor knows when to speak. And when like there's not enough information to make an opinion. Crazy. Honestly, I think that humidifier is really all it is. It was such a like terrible climate in my house last night. Pancake and maple syrup ramen, and they've gone too far. Climate, yeah, it was like really humid, and then it like it's I don't know how to explain it. And then like you wake up, and then it's a completely different temperature. It's just like Ohio thing, like 100 degrees at night, and then 70 degrees, and then it'll be 60 degrees, and then it'll be 90 degrees halfway through the day. Yeah, and he's holding up fine, Zach. So all but everything else just came back down to the lows, and that makes sense because Russell is following that quite a bit more. I would say that NQ is just like none of this price action matters that it's doing. All that matters is that we're holding our overnight highs and attempting to build above our previous seller. This like random walk that we're doing is just doesn't mean much. But the ability to hold up here is incredibly important if it's going to last. Like here, this is what it looks like on the 15th. Just to give a better perspective, we're holding our previous sellers as supportive, right? Is the price action great here? No, right? It's two dojis. But we are holding a mother bar, right? A larger bar that has clear buying direction. So I think that we probably need to come back down into this like 28, 23 and take out these lows, probably, before we actually get any upside if it was ever happen. But as long as we're able to build up here, I think that there might be some potential. I'm really just like keeping an eye on any sort of like looks into this and the ability to push off that. Understanding that we don't expect really anything other than this action. feel like that maple syrup ramen, depending on how sweet it is, could be okay. But it's that's really weird. Just texture wise, I feel like it'll be weird. Flavor wise, I could see it being fine, but texture is going to be an issue. Like, I don't know if I've ever wanted maple syrup soup. No? Pumpkin spice flavor? There's no way that that's real. Surely. Holy, what a review. I'm a big everything bagel fan, so I can see that those could hit. What's everyone's let me get mad at you guys some more today. What's everyone's favorite bagel? See some bad takes in the chat. Man said plain. Come on, surf. If you're doing a plain bagel, do you get like a flavored cream cheese, or do you do plain cream cheese on a plain bagel?
So Sunak is set to call for July 4th general election, according to Sky News.
No locks? Anti-locks is crazy. Have you ever had like an everything bagel with lox and like capers and a little tomato? And you still prefer just like a plain bagel with plain cream cheese? Your go-to? That's wild. Well, I mean, you could be any option, you know? I just said, what's your favorite bagel, you know? I would die if I ate that bagel. That is a lot of lactose. Oh, I mean, we don't have to go into the sandwich territory. I was just wondering for surf if like plain bagel was like the go-to, even if you had the option of like a full-on box. With rice Reddit thread? I don't know. It sounds like, was it like a few years ago? Oh yeah, I do remember that actually. That was the one where he was like rating it with like a 9 out of 10 with rice. Good meme. All right, let's see if buy side can hold this thing at 23s. Like your last chance for buyer before we have to pull back down into 14 here. Yeah, no, no luck. Right back down to our lows. I'm gonna give it a second, but if we can get back over 10s, I don't expect this to continue down. Just watching this 803, 810 again. This buyer here is pretty adamant. Sellers took advantage of how slow we were moving and how liquid that was. But we've just pushed back down to our buyer here. If we do see any push below, then we can look for more, but not really expecting it as of yet. If this is our first sign that we want to break out of this range, great. But as of right now, this just looks like someone got punished there. At our 10 offer, see if they are serious or not. If you are playing off of this 803, 10 edge, your first risk off here is in this like 14 to 17. This is your first like is this seller real or not is going to be this test here. If not, then it's just going to be a full rotation again. All that was someone getting stopped. Back to our VWAP. Can we build above or do they initiate again? Yeah, sorry, Nick. I've just been doing half days, so in the mornings, the action hasn't been great, so there's been no real point in staying for the whole sessions. Looking to see if we can build here. So far, rejected VWAP at our 1718. Watching as we come back down into our 10s. I'm glad you're focused, man. Yeah, I hope all's well. I try not to trade if I do not have a clear head. I make terrible decisions. Hopefully, you're trading smaller and understanding your position and don't ruin your life in a bad mental state. Pizza bagel? I'm okay at the pizza bagel. I haven't had a pizza bagel since I was like, I don't know, 10. But like, there isn't like really much wrong with it. Bagels just have like great texture, you know? So, got that chew. Feels a bit more substantial because I think that it works for most anything that's like bread based. It just does a decent job. You know, like you can't be mad at a pizza bagel. It's just a different kind of bread. Like how bad could it be? For my kids and also my late night league sessions. So we just traversed the full range of balance that I talked about this morning on ES, which is just we don't expect much other than us to trade between 45 and 30. That's the rotation. Um, Again, there's not a ton here. Today is just it is what it is. I really can't This is just to be expected until we break out. The test, I think, is going to be, can we get back into our previous day value here? Or does this hold as sell side acceptance for that full rotation back down to 30? So I think we just keep an eye on this edge into our 40s. It's like 38, 40 area, and we just see if sell side can hold us below on the reoffer, or if buy side can bring us back up to trade the same garbage 3-point range. So just keep an eye on this area here as we approach into it.
Sig, I know why we're at such low volume.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's waiting for NVIDIA earnings.
Yes, true. Could be true.
It should actually make a big impact on the markets, but I don't think that's the only reason. But that's definitely one of them.
I definitely could be. Don't disagree. I mean, last time they had ER, we gapped up like, I don't know, 20 points, maybe more.
I mean, the big money's going down on the 1,000 calls, so we'll see if they push it up or if those get smoked.
Yeah, if that's actually a hedge. This is back to our NQ top of range off the hold of 803, 810, where we bought previously this morning. Just back to our top of range. There's nothing here. Either we're able to build it POC or we'll rotate back down. Excuse me. Put that into GME is wild. How's GME doing today? Yikes. Well, we filled the gap, boys. Huge. That rally lasted a day. God, poor retail, man. Imagine getting smoked twice like this. No, I haven't looked at any GME content. I will say that there's probably going to be a secondary squeeze, just like last time, off of people who are a bit too ambitious at the lows. But that secondary move always results in less of a push because you have so many people who are offsides that are just going to take for break even once we come back up. This is actually worth watching, kids. 20-minute video on GME swaps. So the theory is that they were rotating their position onto a new contract and that they were using swaps as collateral. Or to stock, using swaps as collateral. I'm just reading the AI summary for these rants. Or sorry, the transcripts. Back up to our highs here on NQ. We need to see that push back over our 28s or expect this to still be our seller offer. We've fully retraced that that punishing candle that we saw off of the failure to hold up the highs on NQ. So if our seller is real, the offer would be here. Again, this is where we were watching for ES price to push into our previous day value area high. This 39 to 40 is kind of where you would want to see the offer stick if it was going to hold, right? This is where you'd expect it to be. If I had to assume, I'm guessing that both sides got punished pretty hard here, where everyone got stopped out who was trying to accumulate at the highs, and then sellers got absolutely ruined down here at the lows. So don't really have a clear understanding as of yet, position-wise. All I can see is that the seller is located here on NQ. So as we push into this, this is where if they were going to try again, I'd expect it to happen here, which is all just to say, great area to move stops up if you are playing off of our 803, 810 on NQ or ES from the overnight low into our 40s. I don't think this is a great short location as of yet. We need to wait to see if this seller is willing to create the lower high, but a great, at least first target if you are positioned. I don't want you to get squeezed back up though. That's why I'm against trying to take an initial short here yet. Because there is a lot of room for punishment if there's any excitement over these levels. Lighter company. See, but like even he says in this video, like the last time they rolled this, it had zero impact on the market. So like, okay, quick, thick. Like June 3rd, looking for no impact. If you have to find secret meanings in like, dude, it's sir, what's that room that you guys were in? You and Mario, the dude talked to you in riddles to give you alpha. The corporation, yeah. Sounds like what this is. Imagine having to decipher the alpha of the person that you're trying to trade with. Because he spoke to you in a poem. Final October. Yeah. Imagine that this is how you have to decipher your alpha, and it's just a regular guy. Like he's just a guy. He's not an insider. I don't know if I'm still in that server. See if on this retest of our previous day value, if we can hold. I think if buy side's willing to defend this, we just come back up to 44. Russell back up into our high of rotation. I honestly, guys, like again, like, the only thing that I am sure of is this edge and our 803, 810 edge. Those are the only things I can confirm right now. as well as our high on the Russell into our previous day value low. Everything else in between feels god awful. If buy side can hold though, here on ES, I think again like we do the full rotation, because if sell side's unwilling to participate again here and it becomes supportive, then just rotating up again into this high makes sense. Which is why I said don't short, just take a risk off if you are long off of that area. Really keep an eye on Russell as we come up into the high of the range. Again, this is marked our high so far every attempt on both ES and. Is this range worth playing? If you're playing off of the lows, then yes. Playing here, probably not. Unless you have like a 1 point stop on ES, just playing off of our recovery of value, and yeah, it's fine. Oh, something I should mention with the indicator update yesterday, some of you might be struggling to make it not so messy, or you'll see like overlapping numbers like this in levels. Just a reminder that this right here allows you to shift where the positioning is, these anchored levels. So if you have your like weekly value and your daily value on top of each other,
PM tonight confirming
can
now the
move
general
them
election
over.
will be on July the 4th.
So do you see how my
Again, you
previous
see
day
PM
value
tonight calls the
is
national election, saying it will be on July the
behind
4th.
the weekly? So these won't overlap. I can even adjust them a bit more. So make this 25. Do we see now? So they'll be at different places so that your numbers don't overlap. You can also change the thickness, if it's above or below, as well as if you want a line there or if you just want the number itself. This looks decent. To be cleaned up. I gotta figure out something for this. I think I might do 2 copies of the levels indicator on at a time. Oh, you know what? That's fine. I just had to change the text size to tiny. Solved everything. Just watching our 15-minute structure here. 15. The inside candle right now, but if we can build above, then there's potential for a new high. If we fail at these lows again, then most likely retrace this wick. Just indecision is all I see right now, but a potential for like a breakdown or breakout out of this inside range is all I'm really watching. Short term, we can see that we have a seller position at 75. And is willing to absorb and star high. We have a buyer who's willing to defend to and we have a short-term buyer who's positioning themselves here at this 16. That's where the bid is trying to hold. Here is willing to try, or if we see some acceleration through this area again, we'd really like to see the bid be able to show interest here at this 19. $215's just opened. bit unwilling to show their size at all, like buy side at all. So just coming back down to the bottom of range makes no sense unless we can see the lift back over 19. It's worth attempting again. But if there's just no follow through in the middle of the range, we expect full rotations back down. Mark this as our pivot. Keeping an eye on the Russell, and yes, they need to be able to maintain higher lows while NQ comes back down to our basing and build. And I'd like to see the look over 19 if this is going to hold, or I expect one more last leg down on and get over back down to this quick low. Really want to see the ability to build. No excitement over 19. Again, like if offer holds here, expect like this at least. I really want to see the ability to get over that and then bid. I think the Russell looks fine as of right now. Like we're just retesting the highs here, but if we can hold 103 on any sort of flagging, okay, look. The rejection or offer holding at our 16, pushing down into the low of our range here in NQ. if that bid is willing to initiate again, or if this will be the start of something new. So far, bid initiating immediately. Need to see the ability to now hold. Ideally, you need to get back above the 16. My first risk off here into this push into 16. Again, we'll look to either add or just move my stops up if we push over 19. Just going through our reoffer. Always risking off into our known seller. If we can build above 19s, we should see the full rotation. Are you just talking about Walmart? Like, you didn't have to keep responding. Like 3 scrolls worth of responding. Boomers, man. Holy. pushing over our 19 here, seeing if the bid can move in. If you are playing this rotation, you should be at least 90%, I would say, risked off. We want to see if we can now build. It's fine to have a runner here, but we really need to see that bid step in to defend this. We expect sell side to be present here. Some two-sided trading. If the bid can kind of fold here, great. But if we push back below 16s, then that's probably all she wrote for right now. And this is just like VWAP, right? We're just rotating around VWAP now, but from a resistance side. So we want to see like pretty lackluster selling at this level, and we want to see the bid kind of step up and be able to form these higher lows here. If we're going to do the full rotation back up, we want to see initiative over the ability to build. If we don't see that, it's just more of the same. We want to see a real lack of participation from sell side here, and buyers will kind of maintain. And then we want to see follow through. Yo, what's up, Julian? Explain what you consider acceptance on when it's a bit hard on today's price action because of how we're moving, but usually what we're watching for is if I have a pivot, we expect one of two things to happen. We expect us to not really give a shit about the pivot on a look above or below at the initial push, but we expect that level to act as where our offer is going to be sitting, or where our bid will retest, where there's been like a solid amount of two-way trading, two-sided trading, right? And what we're looking for is the ability to pierce and then hold that level on an initial test. That's really all I'm looking for from acceptance wise. So it's just a auction pivot where we've seen like an immense amount of two-sided trading. So this 19, for example, if I just zoom in, we are watching to see if we, on these looks above, if it holds, or we see the pierce and then like the ability to push down, or if we have the ability to hold and then like drive up from that. But like we should be able to have a good understanding or predictability to if we're going to rotate and maintain like a level, if we see the buying participation we want from that area. That's really it. And so then I'm just watching the DOM as we approach that. And so like if I don't see what I want from this area and we're not seeing like the ability to live, then we can expect like more of the same. Just it is what it is. So it's just really like keeping an eye on the DOM then. Just watching to see if the bid is willing to step up into it and make it supportive on any sort of test. And if they aren't, right, like then we don't expect a ton more. There's no reason to expect us to continue going up. It's hard on a day like today because of how slow we're moving and how volatile these moves are. It goes from like zero volume to then just someone sweeping, and because it's so a liquid, we get these volatile moves that cause just people getting stopped, right? It becomes like this how do I even describe this? You would just expect like a continuation until this guy's done because of how illiquid it is. We're just like pushing down in the spread, and then you have punishments from shorts getting stopped or longs getting stopped, and then that continues the cycle. So like trying to play anywhere other than at our edges is just a really bad idea because you get punished really hard. Yeah, liquidation cascade, sure. That's a fine way to put it. Just get this tumbling effect. So like when I have a pivot like this is just for continuations, right? When I say that you should be 90% risked off here if you're playing this rotation, that's because I understand what can happen at this level. And like for a long, we would want to have seen the bid step up and show a willingness to really show this is supportive. Any looks below, you can see what happens on like the 16 becomes resistance, the offer moves down from where that bid was, and it's just an immediate cascade. And you just like don't want to participate in the middle of the range. Today's not a great example, just because of how slow we are and how liquid it is, but that's usually what my pivots are. So zones are where we're looking for interest at our edges, and then anything in between is just basically where I'm watching to see if the bid will step into or the offer to step into. Usually with my zones of interest, we're looking for a move that looks like this, and then we're looking for a secondary move that looks like that, play off of. So you can see off of all of our attempts, I think down here into this 803, we get a primary look, which is where I'll usually attempt initial size with a tight stop. But most of my sizing comes on at our secondary look at the higher low. And we can see that kind of play over and over again, where I'm able to then build a position at our two levels, maintaining a new average.
Looking at a preview ahead of this auction then, so the latest CFTC positioning data shows that speculators were marginally net short bond futures contracts, unwinding a net short position from as much as 156,000 contracts seen in January. So despite yield levels remaining elevated and richening of the sector along the curve and proximity of the 2 p.m. release of the FOMC minutes, JP Morgan strategists see the auction as needing to build in a greater concession to be digested smoothly.
We're watching to see if the Russell can hold here. I don't know if I expect a ton more off of NQ if this 93 holds. Just kind of keeping an eye on it. I think if we don't see buying interest here into this like 90, 93, then we'll probably rotate back down to 65s. We want to see this kind of happen as the Russell holds our value high. We want to see basically sellers kind of getting stopped out here. So buying interest with the ability to hold at our previous week high at our 94 and 93. Again, if we don't see participation here, I think that will probably rotate down here. This previous level. So just really keeping an eye on the Russell. I think that for the most part, it depends on the day type. I think putting limits in are fine, but you should only be putting limits in if you're expecting balance, right? Like it doesn't make sense to have limits at a level, just a random level, if we're starting to trend in a direction. Because like limits are fine when we have a balanced market where we expect buyers and sellers to be, because you have an understanding of why you're participating there. But if you're just like putting limits in at a random level in trend, looking for a knife catch, you have the potential to be offsides rather quickly, because we don't know if that liquidity is present there and if they're willing to gain. Right? So like say uh say we're doing something like this. Just ignore the levels, but like say we're moving like this, and you have a level here that you have limits placed here. It's like great, but is it worth putting limits in and playing this level for a little bit of a push up rather than just playing the reoffer and then playing this continuation down? To me, like limits don't really make sense in trend. When we have balance, limits make a ton of sense because we're expecting a rotation around two areas of liquidity. And so having a set area of risk and playing these rotation, or it doesn't really make sense because you're the ability for you to really get stopped out, or like we just keep going down, right? Like is really fucking high. So like if you're going to have a limit, you want to have it only for like initial size into a dip, and then from that higher low, we want to add into that position to be on the right side of the V, instead of like pyramiding in. Like this is going to screw you over if your trades look like this. At some point, adding into this position on the losing side and then taking your profits like this, at some point this is going to blow up your account.
It's been 5 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $16 billion in a 20-year bond sale. The prior bid to cover was 2.82, prior high yield 4.818%.
So I like almost will never recommend pyramiding in trend on a losing side unless we are like in balance. Pyramiding makes sense because we have a zone of interest that we're expecting buy side to be present in. But like, at what point does it make sense for you to just be on the other side of the position? Like if you're just buying these dips into here and now you have to wait for your position to come back to break even, like is that good trading?
So the US House Committee advances a bill to make it easier for Biden to impose export curbs on AI systems.
We got our buy where we thought on NQ. We're back to our offer here. Can we get back into our previous balance is the question. This 803, 810 is where we're expecting price to go from this pivot that we drew out. Understanding that we were looking for the Russell to be able to hold value. We did see the hold, but we are back into our resistance of our previous day value low, right? So not a ton here yet. Need to see the ability to get back over this 803 and bid. We'd be looking for something like this, right? The ability to kind of build, and then we want to see a push, and then really a decent amount of speed to come in here to retest our 10s if we're going to push up. We don't want the offer to maintain here. So here's a good attempt. We want to see any bids, like when the offer tries to lower into it, immediate bid and push back, or like nothing's really changed. If the offer wants to hold here, like this isn't anything new. Like what is rotating ticks at our resistance really doing for us? What is this? Like this isn't acceptance back in. This is just a seller getting filled. Need to see more. the way that I usually position is I take an initial market buy into the lows as where I think we're gonna be into a low, right? Like I'll take a initial sizing and then I'll just add as we're pushing up. So like I'm just really wanting to keep, like if we're looking to trade into this area, I'll try initially into this if I see some sort of buying take place or a slowing down of selling. But like I'm only
So
putting a
shortly
little bit of
expecting the
size
results of the
on
US 20-year
because
bond
my
auction.
risk is
The
still very
pre-sale
high
issue
because
deal
we
is
haven't
due at the
shown
top of the hour.
that we
The
want
auction results often
continuation
follow a
or
couple of
or
minutes
reversal
after
yet.
this.
So like I'm not putting on real size until I see us start to like really step up. If I don't see us stepping up, then like what's the point? Why am I adding all of my risk on at a random level? So like a good example of this is the last time we were give me 1 second.
Treasury when issued 20-year yield 4.637% before the $16 billion auction.
Take this visually. Sorry, I'm trying to get you a decent screenshot of this trade. So here's a example from when we were trading this 803 earlier. Do we see like how I didn't buy into the low, but I waited for a buyer to show their hand? I took initial positioning on, and then once I saw the ability to lift, I added into that. So I'm on the right side of the V. I'm adding size once I'm seeing my initial positioning now becoming supportive and our bid holding. Then I'm willing to lift off of that to play off of the low. Because I'm expecting price to now rotate up. And I'm looking for our target up into our high at the range.
Bid to cover ratio
But I'm not putting all my size on, all my leverage on into our low, even though we have this 803 as our
$16 billion in
our level
bonds
of
and
where we're
awards
looking for price to hold.
30.2% of bids at high.
Because what if it doesn't?
Dealers take 10.06%.
This is where I'm looking to start to look for buyers.
19.18%,
But there's no reason not to like.
70.76%.
This is where I want to start paying attention. That's not a level where I just immediately buy though. I don't know. Hopefully that's helpful. I think that like if you get too hyper fixated on like a singular level, you really can shoot yourself in the foot by getting in too early, but still being right on the trade. So like adding to your winner and then kind of like letting that play just makes sense. So like we're pushing up in price and I'm adding, not pushing down in price and adding. because I'm seeing what I want. So like, why wouldn't I add to what I thought was going to happen? I hardly ever use limits, just FYI.
20-year Treasury yields little changed.
80% of the time I'm either market buying in or I'm basically placing. The only time I do a limit is on the DOM itself, where I'm looking for price to basically fall into a level and then immediately lift off of it. That's the only kind of limit that I ever use, is a limit on the DOM for like an immediate move. Other than that, my limits are always sell side for taking risk off. I'm not a big limit enjoyer. But some people trade like that exclusively. I just don't really get it. Doesn't work for me. Like, either what I'm looking for immediately plays and we're seeing it happen on the DOM in real time, like I can see the buyers and sellers and they're doing what I wanted, or they're not. And like, why am I still in that position if they're not? So like a limit feels like I'm predicting way too many things to happen and feels a bit like I'm jumping the gun a bit. But again, like I'll put in limits to catch a rebid if like it makes sense on the DOM. Like, so say like on the DOM where we move up and then we see a pushback down and then like a little bit of that, I'll place a limit here if I have initial sizing in to play off of like the bid where the offer used to be. That makes sense to me. Because then like I objectively I understand what's going on and what I'm looking for. There's a narrative to play around and like an actual participant. I just think that like the time frame that I take trades on is way too small for limits to make sense a lot of the time. If you're like an options trader or if you're playing like a higher time frame setup, I think limits into a zone make sense. But with like a lot of the stuff that we do, like we're looking for like a 1 to 5 minute trade. So it's like very time sensitive. We don't really have the luxury of waiting into a trade on the wrong side, because like if that bid doesn't happen there, or if the sell doesn't happen, like the offer does holds in an area, like that can really negatively affect price on the shorter time frame. Like we want to see like immediate reactions. Yes, TradingView's DOM is not a DOM. TradeAbate's DOM is barely a DOM. So that to give you a perspective. You don't need to buy a better one. I use TradeAbates. It's fine. But like compared to what other people are getting data wise, their TradeAbates is very limiting. I would say that what TradeAbate is offering is a market ladder, a market buying and selling ladder. You aren't really getting the full scope of information of what's actually happening. Other DOMs provide resting liquidity. They provide like the pulling and stacking. They provide a column to let you know how many market buyers and sellers there are, right? Like all that we have on the TradeAbate DOM is the bid, the ask, and how much of the bid or the ask is pulling or stacking from that like that liquidity that's being offered. That's it. We don't have an understanding of A lot of them, I guess, will combine a lot of what's available in a footprint chart. So they'll show you the the amount of people who are buying, market buying and selling at a certain level. It'll show you the volume that's been exchanged at that level. They'll show you the overall deltas that are resting at that level. So like if that information is helpful to you and you think that you can trade off of it, then I would definitely, if you're primarily a dom trader, it makes sense to invest in the thing that you use. But if you are kind of a hybrid trader where you use price action and you're using other tools, I think that the Tradeovate's dom is perfectly fine. But just like think of it more as a price ladder, more so than like a depth of market, because there's a lot of missing information compared to paid tools. Yeah, like I think it's fine. Again, like you can trade perfectly fine without the dom. I just think that being able to see like the things that make a dom really great for trading is being able to see how have a full visualization of your volume profile on the day and how much volume's been exchanged there, and having like a depth of market of where within you know, the 10 points on either side, where is resting liquidity, if anywhere. Like where are people looking to buy or sell. I think it can give you a lot of information, and how we kind of like move around that range can be really useful for understanding where you should be placing your limits or marketing in. But that will just requires you to like stare at this shit for ever until you get a hang of it and like start to see patterns in how we kind of like rotate on the dom. Like what does it look like when people are buying, and what does the tape look like at the time as well. Like you're definitely going to be more accurate with your entries if you're using a dom compared to just like clicking a button. But again, like 90% of the time, like I'm just marketing into trades, but I'm still watching the dom. Like all of my trades today have been a market buy or sell, except my limits which were stopped. Just to give it like an understanding. But like I'm still watching the dom. I just didn't place my trade on the dom. I moved my stop up, or I moved into it. I'm still just like clicking market by market. And then I just move my price levels around on the dom. Like once I have an initial position in, I'll move my stop. I'll move my take profit. That's kind of how I feel as well, Tatum. Plus, like, it's very unnecessary. Like, why am I just not gonna get filled because I wanted it to hit an exact number? Yeah, I feel like 90% of the time you're gonna end up front running the move if you put limits in. Like, I'm just waiting for the buyer to show their hand and then I'm buying with them. And then that like allows me to market buy. What's the time frame of the trade chart that I showed? That was a 5-second chart, but I traded on a 15-second. But I made it smaller so that you could see my positioning.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse.
Because
repo
again, like the
operation.
trade was based off of what I was seeing on the DOM. It wasn't based off of the candles on the chart. Or the time frame of the chart doesn't really matter. It was just so that I could more accurately show you that I was buying on the right side of the V. It's the same conversation I had after hours yesterday on Discord about like the 15-second chart. Like it's just a visualization, but like I'm still taking my trades based off of what I'm seeing from buyers and sellers on the DOM. Like I'm playing the structure and then I'm playing the higher low. Playing the lift of the bid. Watching our 19s again, seeing our reaction. We did a full rotation from our low. This is a great area to move your stops up. This is the exact same place where we sold off last time. This bid looks a bit better than the previous attempt. I think as long as we're willing to maintain this 15 and look over this 19, that we should be able to see the full rotation. This looks much better than last time.
84 counterparties take 496.382 billion dollars at the Fed reverse repo operation.
The imbalance column, it's literally that. It's just the imbalance between the bid and the bid and the ask, right? Or it depends on, I guess, which DOM you're using. Sometimes it'll be like the market buy to sell as well. What's up, Grotto? Quant Tower DOM is great, by the way. If you were looking for a platform that Top Step offers, Quant Tower is a much better DOM than Trade Evades. I think the imbalance column is great on Quant Tower. Oh shit, great job, Grotto. That's where I'm glad that you bought this on this low. Huge. Now we just look to see if this 15 to 19 hold bid. We're looking for to rotate us down. I'd really like to see this gray zone kind of fall. Relying on the Russell to hold value again. But your entry is great there. The 803, right? Like that's the recovery of our balance, right? So like you played that really well on that secondary buy, I think. And same thing with the push on the hold of the tens, right? Like those are great. Like you played that well. So like you didn't have to buy the absolute low, but you did attempt it at 91s, which I'm glad. But you played that, like that's an amazing trade. And you averaged in at the areas on the retests of areas that mattered. So good, great stuff. Right? Like you bought the low 3 times. Like dude, it's such an issue. Blitz is like the never-ending cycle. Like I'll just stay up forever playing that if I do it at night. Actually, just like non-stop dopamine. Watching the Russell here into our low. Need to see us catch a bid here relatively soon. NQ is attempting to hold our bid at 16s. We want to see that lift back over 20. See if we can get the push. Want to see that Russell find the slow. Retesting our highs here. If you're playing off of 16s, you want to move your stop to break even, I think, at least as we retest the highs. We want to see the look over our ETH high, our overnight high on NQ relatively quickly. Russell's still not really getting the bid we need. So if the offer steps in here, we want to make sure that able to take off risk for free. I'm out 2 here from 16. Looking to see if we can now hold our previous high at our 22. Build. Russell's still falling. Be careful. I think NQ structure still looks fine. But we just have this like huge offer that's willing to sit into that 30 on NQ. I don't know if they're going to move down or not if the Russell shows continued weakness. What we're looking for is RTY to really be able to find its buy here. as we push back down into this like 107. The reason why I said that this looked much better on NQ is actually, let me just show. What's different about this action compared to do we see a difference in this uptrend that we're getting from the low compared to the downtrend? What are the yellow lines doing there? Candle on our POCs. POC is moving up, right? And what's happening on our reactions into our POC? POC is this yellow line per candle, by the way. So what's happening? Is that our candle forms, we see a buyer actually showing their hand, and we see in the reactions on these retests of our new 15-minute candles, we see an immediate bid off our POC, showing us higher lows, as well as buyers committing and holding our previous candle highs, right? Holding our previous range. Like this lift off of this is really important. This lift off of this is really important. So as we're approaching this seller again here, this is where I start to get a bit worried, because I need to see us be able to breach over this seller at this 25.30. We're back up to this seller selling POC where we started to see some like really big deltas start to stack and push us down. Start downtrend break. But like this ability into the low to start to see at our 90s, seeing that like kind of paper out and then real size actually start to initiate, but then the retest and the ability for the buyer to then hold us here and the seller to fail to push us back below allows us to then start to really look for a rotation back up, because we're seeing buyers willing to buy at higher lows, not only at the closing of our candle, right? Or sorry, the low of our candle, but also within our candle, we're seeing buyers' willingness to bid above where they previously were. POC, POC, POC. It's like just a really easy sign. Like, oh, okay. We're seeing a shift. That's just a layout on Creative Bait. It's Seth Mo's. Let me bring it up. Workspace. Where is this thing? Oh, there. If you go to community indicators and then you switch over to module templates, it's the better delta footprint 15-minute. So it's just this. It's basically just a combination of indicators. Already pre-built for you. And then the settings, once you get that on your chart, to make NQ not look like absolute garbage. This is what I've been using lately on NQ. I shift depending on like what the liquidity looks like, but that's what I've got on NQ right now. Price levels per bar is at 10. Russell's still weak, but is showing a bit of a bid. I need to see us back over 102. See if we can get a little bit of a wedge to form here. We're below our 16 offer. Sorry, our bid has now fallen, and the offer is now lowering into our 16s on NQ. Not a great sign. We need to see that recovered and a push over 19s, or expect price to rotate back down to our like 810. Yeah, you've got your minutes today, because we're looking for the bid to be able to kind of maintain this 10 to 12. We'll see if we're on the reoffer, if we can get back above, or if we have one last leg down. If the Russell can get back over 102, I think there might be some potential here. Still kind of just being patient. I'm not in yet. Yeah, it's nothing major.
US natural gas futures extend gains.
All right, here's our look down into this. Let's see if sell side's willing to kind of push the offer lower, or if we can find this bid into this 808, 810. Big test here for buyers to see if there's any interest as we look in. We want to see an immediate bid step up to hold this, or doesn't look great, guys. Really want to see the bid be able to recover our 10s. If the offer holds, then that might be it for right now for the buying. Watching our 10s, see if the offer holds. You have a seller really attempting here. Love to see the bid now hold and maintain on a retest into this 808, 810. Going to continue. Then we need to look for a push over 15 if there's going to be any staying power here. I'm actually going to lower the Russell time frame just so we have an easier time seeing the lower high that just happened. Need to find that low. Seller's still pretty heavy here. Watching our 803. Russell's still falling. What is it? What error does it give you? Until the Russell finds this low, just be very careful. Probably needs to come down one more leg down on RTY off of the failure at our 3s and our 10s on NQ. Just like look at, there's just nothing. Zero size transacting here. '30s is what we want to see hold. This 27 to 30 on ES. Bottom of our range. This is Russell into our low as well. If you're going to try anywhere, this is where I think we need to maintain. It's the bottom of our balance. Need to get back over 34s on ES. Just waiting for this, like this Russell low is what we were looking for into our 30s on ES. If we're going to bid and hold, it's going to be here. NQ might have a bit more volatility. We need to be careful. Really watching the 65. 65 was what we were looking for off of the failure. So just keep that in mind that there potentially is one more leg down. If can't hold here. Just clean this up. We're relying on ES to hold 30s and the Russell to be able to hold our value and ETH low. Yeah, you have a seller position at 80.85. Not a ton here. Watching the Russell to make a higher low. See if the 97.90 can bid. Pushing into our 65s. Just really keeping an eye on the 65 to 55. This is that last leg I was talking about for NQ. ETH low retest here on the Russell. 30s on ES. See if we can get a bit more. Need to make this like 78.80 supportive. Big test here into our 27s. Again, 27 to 30 is really where you want to see this bid maintain on ES. ETH low test into our 55 to 65 on NQs. Russell still falling. Give it a bit more. Regardless if this sell continues, there's no chance that we don't retest this as an offer on a look below this. So you will get an opportunity to short if this buyer doesn't hold and be able to maintain here. This will more than likely come down and then retest, or this as a pivot at some point for any sort of like further leg. So don't like feel FOMO. Either this will maintain as our low, right, and buyers will buy this up, or we'll get a nice strong look below, and then we'll get an offer again to play this. But I really like treating this 55, 65 on you on this 27.30 as your potential low. I think it's not a bad idea. It's our 5-day balance, right? On yes, this like 23.30 area. Just watching our 98.3, 97.90, just this retest on the Russell off of the low, first buy signal off of stacked. Can we get back over and make this supportive? If we can, then price goes up. Again, this is the bottom of our balance. This 30 is what we were looking for the rotations off the failures of 45s. So we really want to see buy-side willingness to kind of absorb all sell-side pressure here and keep us up. Understand that a stronger seller is in control and the market's pretty illiquid, but as long as the Russell is able to maintain higher lows and kind of build as we're at these levels, this is a really solid area to look for a potential bottoming. Just kind of keeping an eye to see if on the 15-minute, if we'll make a 3-bar or if we just have continuation down. But as of right now, I think this is our main pivot. It's like, why not play off of either us maintaining our previous day value low or our previous day value low becoming resistance, right? Either buyers still maintain value here or they don't. So this 27 just is like an easy level to play around.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
Hopefully that makes sense. Sorry, I had to like talk that through pretty quickly.
2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the FOMC meeting minutes.
5 minutes we get news. Okay, this is the cleanest chart I can make for you. Just gonna keep it on this.
Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon sees 0 rate cuts in 2024.
Watching our 65 on NQ. Seeing if our offer is holding here into the 65.70. 27 still holding on ES. Really the only thing that matters. Russell needs to be able to reclaim 98, make it supportive if we want more upside. You've got news in 1 minute. Either we maintain our balance here at our 27.30, or
1 minute remaining.
very likely to reverse down to this lower balance. Nothing has shifted from this plan. I've just moved it over for your benefit.
Ten seconds. So participants at the Fed's meeting assessed it would take longer than previously anticipated to gain greater confidence in inflation moving sustainably to 2%. A couple of participants said it would be useful to begin discussions of appropriate longer-run maturity composition of Fed's portfolio. Almost all participants supported the decision to begin to slow the pace of decline of central bank security holdings. A few could have supported
23
continuation of the
test.
current pace.
This is our test.
Participants remarked
23s. Now we look for
path
27
would
if it's
depend on
offer.
incoming data,
Then we look for more
the evolving
down.
outlook,
If buy
and the
side's able to
balance of
recover,
risks.
then we get
Many
continuation up.
participants commented on their uncertainty about the degree of policy restrictiveness. Various participants mentioned willingness to tighten policy further should risks to the outlook materialize and make such action appropriate. And Fed staff's economic projection was similar to the March outlook, but noted that deteriorating household financial positions, especially for lower income households, might prove to be a bigger drag on activity than anticipated. Participants noted recent data had not increased confidence in progress towards 2% and suggested disinflation process would take longer than previously thought. US stocks add slightly to losses following the Fed minutes, and US 10-year Treasury yields edge up from near session lows after the Fed meeting minutes, last at 4.462%.
Looking for one last leg down into 16s, the full rotation. Move your stops down. Good area to take a little bit of risk off.
The Dixie last up 0.2% at 104.79. US short-term interest rate futures down after the FOMC minutes. Traders still betting on a September start to the Fed rate cuts.
Want to see 23s hold a bid if we're going to continue up. Watch 27 to 30 as our pivot still. Same shit. No long continuation until we see 30s as supportive. For NQ, it's just watching this 55, 65. 65s need to be supportive again. Still holding this as resistance. So 55, 65 offer. For ES, right, we want to see 23s really the bid holding there, and a look back over 30s in a supportive bid, and a look above. 23s don't hold there, and we're just trapped in the middle of the range between our 16 and our 30, and there's nothing really there trade-wise. An easier perspective maybe is if you go to the 15, you see how it's just a 3-bar, and we're fully retracing back up to the inside bar we were talking about. So the hold of 30s is going to be the hold of our high of our first candle, our mid candle, right? And 27s is the rejection of the basing of our candle. You just want to look at it from a price action perspective. I wish these looked good on all time frames. A minute in 2 minutes left on these candles, guys. Still just holding our 27 as our offer. 23s attempting to stay bid, but offer definitely lowering into them. Not a ton here. Again, either the bid holds at 23s or we're more likely to rotate back down to the low of our range. For any sort of upside, we want to see a push over 30 and then the bid to be able to really hold there. Again, this is just holding our structure before news. Can we hold and can we get back into our previous balance, right, and recover our value low from yesterday? Or are we now showing clear sell side acceptance below our buyers, and are our buyers now off sides and has our offer moved down, right? That is the whole entire idea of having this area as our pivot. New 15's open in 10 seconds. liquidity really stepping back in. Got some big players now interacting here. 23 is now offer. Offer attempting to really step down into this 21. Back to our 16s. If you're playing off of this, this is your first risk off again. Back to our lower edge for our rotation.
Dixie extending gains up 0.28%, and the S&P 500 extending decline down 0.56%.
13s hold, or we look for the rotation back down to like 305. Watch to see if the offer moves lower. On NQ, no change, right? 55's held as our resistance, 55.65 where our buyer previously was, and we've now pushed down to make a new low. I don't remember what I have here for our next level on NQ. Let me look. 78, 70. We don't see a buyer step in here. Really just watching ES. These rotations are decently clean. See if the offer lowers into our 16 here, or if bid's able to step up. This is our pivot, just like before, with our 27 to 30. really watching this node, guys. Like it's either we're able to build above on this tail, or this will become our offer, and then we look for it to push down off of this retest here and from 13s, see if the offer lowers into it. If we then are able to find acceptance at the lower edge of the tail, we then look for a rotation down to 305. So far, just building within this structure, though. Your stops down if as we approach this pivot. We've now filled in like all of our poor structure. Unless we're going to break below this 305, then we can look for 91-ish on yes. But this is your next area where we expect to see it buy sides willing to defend. Break below 305, and then yeah. This next pivot. Again, I'm just playing this. I tried to make this as clean as possible, where it's like rotation to rotation to rotation. Like this either is able to hold, or it'll become a resistance.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.43 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $77.57 a barrel. That's down $1.09 or 1.39%. and NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.84.
Again, I'm not looking for a ton more here. Sell side until we push below that 305. Expect buy side just kind of show their hand here a bit. Still not a ton of excitement. Need to get back over 13s to rotate any higher. 16s are edge. We can pretty clearly see that, right? Need to be able to build like this. We look for the offer into our 13. That is our auction low of this little pivot where our LBN is. If we see below, then we can look for more down. But really all you're watching for is our seller still positioned here. Can buy side reclaim this for a rotation back up? If the answer is no, right, then it's just going to continuation of our trend down.
ECB Schnabel says if data confirms the outlook, a June cut is likely. ECB Schnabel says, seeing the slight revival in euro area economy. ECB Schnabel says the inflation is likely to return to 2% without a recession. Brent crude futures settle at $81.90 a barrel. That's down 98 cents or 1.18%. US stocks extend declines in afternoon trading. S&P 500 last down 0.6%.
You are playing off this 308. You want to be moving your stops up. as we approach into the 16. 13s is really what you want to see stay bid now. This is just top of our range though. Trying to clean up our chart. Again, we need to see a look over 16s and the ability to then bid above, getting the seller, showing that the seller no longer is interested here and that this buyer is willing to participate again, just like we have drawn. Again, from what I said, there's not a ton more downside pressure until we see the push below 305s. 305, 308 is kind of our, I don't want to call it target, but it's the short-term support, as this was our basing before as well. Like, there's clearly a buyer here. This is where we bought on the dip the last time we attempted here. And it is still maintaining. So why would we think that this guy isn't here until we show that he's no longer interested, right? It's our value low from Wednesday and the bottom of our basing. So this is also the dip that we did on Friday for the lookup. Yeah. So need to see the look over 16s, or that will be where you want to be taking profit. Testing now. Really keeping an eye on the Russell as we approach our previous buyer and where our seller is clearly now located. Watching this 709, 715 area on NQ, the bid really needs to hold there, to be honest. Any pullback further than that, and then we've kind of lost all momentum for the short term on NQ. You guys remember how important this 35 to 40 area was on NQ yesterday? So what does it mean if it's now our resistance? When it was our bid for all of yesterday on the recovery, right? We need to see a clear showing above that for NQ, or expect this to now be where your sell side is offering, right? Do you remember this is what yesterday looked like as our decision point? So if we're no longer being able to hold Monday's value low and the bottom of our balance, then this rotation down makes sense, right? So we need to see a very clear recovery of this, where this pivot is, yeah, it's just what it is. It's a pivot, right? This will remain our kind of inflection point between our two auctions that we have. This one below that we've established and the one above that we've established. Very similar to our 305, 308 area on if it being a major pivot for us. Retesting our seller at 16s from the hold of 13s. Again, there's not a ton here until we see acceptance above 16. I'm out one more here. Looking to see if we can now build above 16s for that move to 23. Back to the slow grind. Anthony? No, because he works at some place where he's not allowed to trade. He works for like a military contractor, doesn't he? Yeah, he works for Lockheed Martin. So he has like 0 time. Mom says he programs AI for the helicopter. Watching our retest of 16. If we come down, Russell's at our seller. Need to see if this will be our buyer now. Really would love to see this kind of do something like that. Again, NQ at our major resistance into our 40s. It's going to be tough to crack. Also just pretty clear off of our LVN here. When's PVZ turning into auto trading? We'd have to create a rule set for it. Tom's like halfway there with his volume profile trading stuff. But I'd have to create like a much more in-depth rule set. It'd probably be worth doing. I'm working on a new indicator now with this trading view feature that allows lower lower indicators, or like oscillators, basically the ones that go below your chart, are now allowed to print directly onto your chart signals. So what I really want to do is create a firing condition for stacked signals and our reversion signals to let you know, like, does it make sense within where we're trading currently to, like, you'd have like an ignition and a fire. So like once that would print with a patty signal or a stacked or a PVZ signal, give you like a bit more confidence to know, like, does the risk to reward make sense here? How much of a knife catch is this, and where would we be looking for like a reversion to, just like as a secondary signal? That's what we're working on right now. But it's hard because by doing that, I have to create a rule set that applies to every market condition. Like the stack signals already are pretty solid, especially for how simple they are about like showing reversals and knife catches basically, and how fast they show their hand. But being able to apply those to all market conditions is a bit rough. So being able to like cut out false signals in strong trend, etc., or not really strong trend, but in trend with weak price action, cutting out some of the poor signals that appear for, yeah. So that's what I'm working on right now. But like even that it's so complex because you have to create a rule set that applies to all markets, or I have to make like a regime shift indicator to let you know when you should be looking at signals. It's like either or. It's either I like create like a signal that works in all market conditions, or I create indicators with settings that are for specific market conditions. It is hard. Yeah, because you don't want to overfit, right? Because if you overfit for a certain regime, it's going to completely be terrible as soon as those market conditions change. And that's like one of the biggest problems with algos and indicators in general is that if you create it for a set period of time, it's only going to work for when those conditions are literally the same. And then it's going to be ass every other condition. And like backtesting can only do so much, forward testing can only do so much. Like it's just the market's the market. So like being able to create like pretty generic signals that have like decent RR and show the work in all conditions is like what I usually try to go with. Just because everything else feels kind of like a fool's errand without like huge data. And being able to like reference multiple conditions, which you just can't do in TradingView. You know, Pine script indicator. Especially with the look back data that we have for intraday trading. It'd probably work if we were doing higher time frame stuff, because then we would have access to multiple regimes in our look back. But with the limited amount of candle look back that we can see on like the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 15 seconds, like it's just you barely even get like 2 days of look back. We would need like months and months for it to be have any sort of like regime structure and built into it. Oh, sorry, I'm not looking at chat. What on the ES chart? Where did the 307, 305 come from? It's just It is the bottom of our previous balance. Let me see if I can find. This is the plan from at Wise. Also, welcome Wise. This plan has been basically the same for ever. This is from the 16th. These are our levels in our overall plan. So 27 to 30 failure results in a move back down to 305 to 307, which is what we just did. They just stopped me out of my last two contracts, by the way. Feels bad. Russell, complete failure at our seller. And Q, failure to get back over our 40s. Back down to our low. Stop me out to go right back up. You hate to see it. Yeah, Dapper's never run on Wednesdays. Wednesdays are just me. Wednesdays are also 90% of the news days, so there's that. I get to handle them. Which is usually us sitting in balance for 5 hours and then volatility and then me yelling at everyone while he plays video games. You know? It's quite the deal that he's got himself. But there's zero chance that he would even take a trade on today, like on Wednesdays, like FOMC and all of the JPOW shit. That's his own decision. He doesn't have to trade the afternoon. That is his prerogative. Honestly, like the deal is I made my own schedule. You guys just seemed like you wanted every day. I went from trading 3 days a week to trading 5 days a week. It sucks, but it seems like that's what we needed, so I'm willing to do it. Darian's trying to cover his ass. Mm. I don't know if my cough is covered because it's from excess vaping, Surf, you know? I don't know if that's covered in our plan. If only I had popped another 7 zines instead, you know? Immediately brought the mom into it. That's crazy. I agree, Sauce. Especially now that my remaining contracts have been stopped out. Do you like your Lux Algo sub, Julian? I don't know anything about Lux Algo other than our coder was poached. That they traded ICT. Oh, you don't have a okay, got it. Yeah, Sam now works for Lux Algo. Nah, I gave him permission to go. I told him to go. Yeah. But it's okay because all of the ideas were ours anyways, so it's not like we lost alpha, you know what I mean? Just a code monkey. Yeah. We still talk to him all the time. It's still our friend, right? But it was such a great opportunity for him, especially because he's about to get married. So it was just a no-brainer. But he needs money more than anything. Yeah, they offered him a job. Yeah, I worked the entire deal for him. Worked with him on how to build his contract and the questions he should ask and everything. What's my percentage? I should have a percentage, man. what's crazy is crypto brought Mario, Sam, and I together. I found both Mario. Well, I found Mario in the hole, but then I brought him into TFC to trade crypto with me. But I also found Sam trading crypto in the free crypto chat in TFC, and then hired him. So I got Mario and Sam both on the payroll from the free crypto chat. And James, or Straight, as you guys know, was the one that told Tom to hire me. Everything is from crypto. Straight comes in once every 3 months to say that he bought the low of Apple, and then he leaves. And then I'll come back 3 months later and tell you that he sold Apple. I still trade crypto, but just not like day trading it. Now I just hold stuff. There's just no point. I trade futures. Like I can't be watching, especially like when we traded crypto, we were trading like 120 to 250 times leverage, like perps. Like it was nuts. It was nuts. And then they like made it so that you couldn't do that in the United States, and then I was doing it illegally. And then they locked up my Binance account once they required identification. So I just switched over to a firm that didn't require it. And then it's like, okay, well now I can't like, what am I gonna say? Like I can't tell you to download a VPN and lie to the government for trades. So we stopped doing crypto. Yeah, Binance is fine, but like the stuff that I was doing before is not allowed. They have a bunch of like coins, right, and like pairs, but it's not the same. And as soon as they enact a KYC, I dip. I hate KYCs, especially for crypto, which is supposed to be like the opposite of that. KYCs are like know your customer guidelines, regulations, require everyone to like identify income, risk, like send in your driver's license and proof of like everything. Yeah. They want to know my blood type to trade Bitcoin. Pushing into our 23 targets now. If you didn't get stopped out like me, this is our target. Sorry about that. I had a phone call. All right, back to our 2730 pivot. No change. Need to get back into yesterday's value. That feels incredibly bad. But it is what it is. Really wanted to keep that full position on ES. I have a small one on NQ, but it's like nothing compared. Like I was actually sized on ES. Need to get over 8085, and then we can trade back up to sorry, 785, 780, 785 is our pivot here on NQ. If we can get over that, we should be able to trade back up to like 805. This is just a return to VWAPs on everything. We can see the LVN just like before, right? This is our pivot of our auction. Just like it was with our 40s. This was our pivot, right? We can see as soon as we're able to push through this guy and build, we get huge lift. Now we have to do a similar thing here for when I go to lift and get back into this previous auction. But yeah, these days with crypto, man, like I just buy $300 worth of a meme stock and or a meme coin, and just as soon as it breaks even, not breaks even. As soon as I can cover my initial cost, I will take out my initial cost and then just ride it. I don't care. It'll either go to 0 or 10,000%, and then I'll just slowly take money out as it goes up. It has been working pretty well. Like you definitely don't make as much money, but I'm also not over leveraging into things that have zero monetary value, keeping my risk pretty minimal, and then just letting it do its thing on social media. The key is not over leveraging. If you have more than 60%, I don't even know. Like having full porting and not having any money to put anywhere else in crypto is like the worst thing you can do. I swear to God. Even worse than stocks. Like I always try to keep at least like 60% capital, just cash, because you never know what's going to pop. How do you get rich? Just know someone on the inside. Get in before everyone else. Join one of the 300 discords, actually, when they do their pre-sale. Obi messaged me yesterday and said that his portfolio went from like 60K to 92K in the last 2 days from the meme rally. And he's not going to sell. No. Really keeping an eye on our 65s here as we push into them on NQ. Again, yes, just top of our range, right? We need to get over 30s for anything more, or we continue to reject value. Just want to see us be able to build. Really keeping an eye on the 23s on ES specifically. The 60-65 on NQ, incredibly important. 23s on ES. Failure to hold these higher values, then we're gonna come back down to our value low, right? Or sorry, yeah, our value high and our value low on ES. No, I'm wrong. Value low on both. Jesus. '23 test here on ES. See if that offer pushes into it. Seller was at that 2250 before, so if they're back, we expect them to be there in the bid. Moving that down into the right. Same as before. Again, like if we don't see buy here and the offer sticks, then we look for that last leg down into our value. Want to see the bid be able to maintain this and this negative offer, or we do expect one last leg down. Here, I'm actually just going to move that to 22. Might as well be accurate. Down into our value low now. Russell still holding our higher high. Our seller was. We'd like to see the Russell be able to bid here like this, kind of show a willingness to get back over our AB WAP. Looking for ES to kind of find its low into this. If the offer sticks at 2250, we expect this one last leg down into our value. Just back to our VWAPs, basically.
It's disappointing how stubborn domestic components even of inflation remain.
Start push back down into our value here. Perfect reoffer of our 2250 on the look below and then push down. Now we watch to see if buyers are willing to maintain or not at our value low on any sort of recovery or retest and hold. I did my volume profile stop working. I'd really like to see this 3540 you. We've retraced the entire move, like the entire node. So like, hold our pivot or no. That's kind of it. Waiting for the Russell to find a low. Watch our retest of value on the break below. Need to get back over this 20 on ES. Yeah, pretty ugly. But like what we do have going for us, actually, I mean, all we did was come back up to our seller, right? But what we are trying to do is hold our pivot here on it. Look at the actual footprint chart with POCs. Just need to see if we can maintain here this 35-40 area and see like how much size was transacted there and how much pressure is up at these highs, even though just the POCs, not the deltas. But even just like volume and delta wise, we can see that on the side. Like if this doesn't hold, then there's like really not much. Yeah, that's NQ. Yes, looks basically the same with the 16 to like 20 area. Very similar to the 35-40 structure on NQ. True. MOC in 1 minute. Exciting.
RB Undead Governor Orr says the biggest risk we run is that we don't get inflation low and stable.
Yeah, true. Again, it will either go up or down or go sideways. Back down to our 13s here. Let's see if this liquidity can hold.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. It's sitting now 1.1 billion to the sell side. Looking at the breakdown here, S&P 500 market on close imbalance seeing 1.9 billion to the sell side, while the Nasdaq seeing 1.3 billion to sell.
This 13 is kind of like our last chance before just retesting our lows. Back down to that 308, 305. Watching our reoffer of our 13, see if sellers willing to sit here, or if we can push back. Really not a ton here for buy side until we see a reclaim of that 16 above. Bit attempting to push up. See if we can now hold 13. Russell's still sideways, really no movement, just in our range. Don't know if we really get much unless RTY can get back over 87 and show a supportive bid, or we might need to come back down to our low at 81.8. So really just keeping an eye on that. Bit scared of this reoffer here. That move down, acceptance up like that. What do we think is going to happen with NVIDIA ER? What's the gamba? You think it goes up? %? Big if true. Back to our 55 offer on NQ. See if we could build. See if that was enough. Back to our 2250 on ES. Russell was able to pop. Now we need to see if it can hold. It is incredibly important. See if we can get this retest and push. We want anything more. Nice job, Sauce. Yeah, he should be happy that he has that kind of. Don't want to pull a barg and make too much money. Is crazy. The come up is real. Retesting our 2250 here. See if it'll stay bid. Russell attempting to hold. Same with NQ at our 65s. It's going to be back up to our seller here. An actual Evo Cebu is crazy. What a time to be alive. I don't know how much is left, to be honest. I mean, like, we have got to get over this 27 to 30 on NQ or on ES. It's a huge pivot. And we've got to get over this seller here into like 75, 85 on NQ. If we don't really see the seller step in to hold us below 75s here, then I think we can probably push to our 810 target that we had earlier. But like, this guy has to not be willing to absorb into 75s. So far, it seems pretty willing. We need to see buy side really show their hand relatively soon, because if MLC close, I expect at like half of this move at least to be retraced if we don't pop over. Like, this is just resistance, right? So it's just coming back up to our seller. Like, we need to see if this guy is going to continue to absorb here, or if we can pop above before it's the last 10 minutes. We've got 1 more minute to do it, I think. Testing it now. See if we can get above for that 810 target. 30s on ES, of course. Look at that Russell retest. Huge retest.
So we're now on the cash equity close here. Just an early heads up in 20 minutes time now, 20 past 4 p.m. Eastern time. Nvidia due to print their latest earnings report. That's Q1 this year. EPS estimate seen at $5.64. A revenue at
Pushing into our 810 now.
$24.69 billion.
Big. This is our target. I don't know if we get any more than this. Just an FYI. I'm out a majority of my position here. See if we can hold at 15 to 10 for any continuation. Lowest you want to see it go is like 805 in bid. Or we'll probably retrace. Here's our test. See our 30-second opening range low, basically, on Q. See if we can hold our 30s on ES. Russell's still able to maintain. At this point, you should just be in a runner, if anything. There's not a ton here. You just get over 810s and make it supportive for a push up to our highs, a high of day on NQ. Market's closed for you, maybe, Ty. I can stay till London session. The key is, can we now hold here, right? This is that 800, 810 pivot. If we can, then we rotate back up to the highs on a pushover. It's the same as before. There's Mark. This is our previous balance that we were trading in before the push down, right? We are now trading here. So what we're looking for to happen for after hours is the ability to do this. What we don't want to see happen ever is for this fire to go off sides, and then we can rotate back down slow. Can't believe that the 305, 308 held again. Crazy. Imagine if I didn't get stopped out from that low. Uh. Can we see how this plays? Do we see recovery of our 30 in bid? Yeah. I mean, it's all just in intraday ideas, but there you go. It's the same thing for this rotation that we drew out. Failure at 27s, push back down to our 13, right? Same rotations as before. Literally the same rotations. Here, I'll even move this over that previous range. Do I stay for NVIDIA ER? How late is it? Snow is flying? Dude, I forgot about snow. That used to be my favorite ticker. 420 NVIDIA ER. Alright, let's do it. I'll replace Russell with NVIDIA. Do I stay in this runner on NQ for NVIDIA ER? How are we feeling about that? Add a few, he says. Alright, it's break even. Full port, no brackets. The classic. You guys are way too bullish, man. You're making me doubt the NVIDIA move. No? I don't know now. Surely we hit 1,000 and then immediately sell, right? We hit 1,000, they announce a stock split, stock goes down, GG, everyone wins. Gab gets his 1K. Those contracts go in the money, they exercise after hours. All right, I'll do it, but I'm leaving this break even. This is don't tell Mario I did it, man.
So in 10 minutes time now at 20 past 4 p.m. Eastern Time, Nvidia is set to report their earnings report for Q1
I'm
of
leaving this contract break
2024.
even for Nvidia.
The
Yeah.
estimated EPS seen at $5.64, with an estimated revenue of $24.69 billion.
I mean, it's not really gambling. You think I'm gambling my rent right now? True. Surely. This is for sure gonna hit break even though. Like, let's be real here. Here we can. This is my break even point. I'm not bearish. I just. I'm not bearish at all. I just played long heavy from the low. That's what I'm saying. I just have a I have a limit on my literal break even point, and I have my finger on sell market. 19K limit. Surely. How did our volume turn out end of day today?
So in 5 minutes time now, we expect Nvidia's Q1 2024 earnings report. Estimated EPS $5.64. Estimated revenue $24.69 billion. Seeing more comments
It's
from
not bad.
RBNZ's Governor Orr.
Still
Says
much
inflation persists
pretty
in
below
sectors
average,
less sensitive to
but
the NCR.
about twice as much as yesterday. Yesterday it was like 29K, maybe 31K if you include after hours rebalancing. That's for SPY. That's volume. Like the volume yesterday was not okay.
ECB Schnabel says wage growth is slowing
Oh,
gradually.
here he is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Dude, the DOM is like, there's like one contract per price. Don't let them shake you out. This is for sure getting stopped. Nvidia has to report a push over 24.5 billion in revenue. They're just expected to have 24.5 billion. They need to show a 241% year-over-year revenue growth in this earnings call. That is terrifying. What is this? Imagine waking up and thanks. I'm moving my stop up to account for slippage. I can't be bothered.
One minute remaining for these Nvidia earnings.
Bro, that's just terrifying.
Ten seconds.
90% chance I get stopped out.
Seeing Nvidia earnings coming through now. Revenue is a beat at $26 billion on estimates of $24.69 billion. Gross margins a beat 78.9% on 77%.
Stop.
Automotive revenue, that's also a beat, 329 million on estimates of 292 million. Data center revenue, a beat as well, $22.6 billion on estimates of $21.13 billion. So they cash dividend raised by 150%. That's 1 cent a share now on a post-split basis. So a 10-for-1 forward stock split effective on June 7th.
There's your stock split.
As well. So again, that's a 10-for-1 forward stock split effective on June 7th being announced. Says it is poised for their next wave of growth. Announcing again that 10-for-1 stock split. In terms of forward guidance, they're seeing second quarter revenue at $28 billion plus or minus 2%. That's in line with the prior range, which saw an estimate of 26.8%. As I look into the markets here, Nvidia shares gaining as well as US equity.
To give you a perspective on that trade,
as well.
I took $675 worth of slippage there.
Announcement for a 10-for-1 stock split and a quote-unquote next wave of growth.
So when you think that you have a stop on and you think it's going to get filled, just understand, yes, negative 675, and I moved my stop up to positive 200.
So just to recap those numbers then again, revenue.
So when you think like in news, when your stop is going to do anything, this is at least a good lesson for that.
Forward guidance on their revenue, second quarter they're seeing 28 billion plus or minus 2%.
That's one contract. So when you trade news and you think that your stop is going to get filled, understand that the chance of it getting filled is like nil.
A gaming revenue, a slight miss at $2.6 billion on estimates of $2.62 billion.
So when you're like, oh, I got to trade FOMC, J-Powell's about to go on, I've got my stop on, we're good. Understand that
on sales beat and stock split.
I was unable to get filled for between 1780 and 17 until down to it. I had an 80 points of slippage there, basically. So just like, I mean, maybe that's what you guys needed to see, actually. Like, that's buying our pivot and still, yeah, it's exactly. That's nuts. Did we even hit 1K? No. I've been scammed. I mean, I knew that the chance of me getting stopped out was like 90%. I said it. It's all good. Yeah, I mean, if I wasn't up on the day, I wouldn't have held. You kidding me? Yeah, man, I actually have to give up my apartment. That really was my rent payment. Live in Tom's basement. Hog. What's my share of the bagel bites? 20%? It's a pretty good deal. Not bad. Later, Tatum. Imagine moving in with Flex. No, no. Yeah, later, man. What did this look like in ETH? Go back to our 13s, liquidity found again, and then pushed right back up to 45. Full rotation. Tomorrow could be good. We'll see. It depends on how much of a move we get from London with the Nvidia news. I'll have to go back and look to see what the market looked like after Nvidia ER last time. Because I know we gapped up a ridiculous amount, but I think we went sideways the day after the gap up. I'll have to go back and look. All right. Goodbye, friends. I will see you tomorrow. Sorry, this morning was pretty lackluster. And it was to be expected, but still annoying. Let's clean this up. This is still the expected move on a failure at 305. This at any point stops working. Surely it'll continue to work. All right.